Hi there, welcome to your Wednesday dose of darting delights here on Sporty Stuff TV, the home of the online darts live league. I'm Chris Murphy, talking you through today's action, and today we'll see the conclusion of Group A with the winner progressing straight through to finals night on Saturday. Well, let's start by having a look at how the table is positioned after the first day of action. And there you can see it's really a table of two halves. The bottom three, only one win from their 5 matches. Andy Jenkins, Steve Brown and Robert Rickwood. It looks very likely that they'll be the 3 players dropping into Group C and being back tomorrow morning. But the top 3 all won 4 of 5 matches. Martin Adams, Gary Stone and Jared Cole. Stone and Cole playing in the last match of the day. Stone denying Jared Cole a clean sweep. Now they're all on 8 points and just one of them will make it straight through to finals night. So a really exciting conclusion to this group. It's looking like a 3-horse race, it really is. Will it be Cole, Stone or Adams that takes that top spot and gets that finals night position? Well, we will find out. Stone and Cole, the last match of yesterday, is the first match of today, so it is one of the top of the table clashes. And without further ado, let's get the action underway. So Gary Stone of Scotland beating Jared Cole in that last match of yesterday, putting himself in second position, just on legs 1. Cole won 1 more leg. They've got the same leg difference. But whoever wins this will go outright top for now. Then Martin Adams will take on Robert Rickwood. Stone, 40 years of age, a former BDO World Championship participant, taking on Jared Cole, who also played in that tournament, the WGF World Championship as it is now, 21 years old, and the winner on the Dev
Gary
Tour.
To throw first. Game on.
Owen Binks, the referee for the day, keeping a beady eye on proceedings.
58.
And as I say, it should be a really interesting conclusion for Andy Jenkins,
58.
Steve Brown or Robert Rickwood to emerge and put pressure on the top 3. Maybe steal a spot in Group B. They would have to have a similar kind
140.
of day at the darts to the results that the top 3 produced yesterday, winning 4 out of 5 matches. But a maximum of 12 points
180.
will be amassed by any of those. As Jared Cole hits the day's first 180, his
133
in this group. But it's a 133 from Stone that leaves
96. Gary require 170.
the finish. Cole also on a finish now in similar range.
85.
3
Gary
smaller, but
167.
harder really. 2 different segments to aim at to leave the ball. He's not going to get either of them.
99. Gary require 85.
So, treble 15 found for double top.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
first
found
leg.
as well.
Gary Stone.
Gary Stone gets himself in front with a nice combination finish in the opening leg. An 85 checkout for the Scots to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first. $60. $96. $93.
14 darter there on throw for Stone to get started.
96. $140. $171.
Brilliant visit there from the Scot, who's looking to do exactly what he did yesterday. But he might do it in more convincing fashion. A 4-3 win
140
against Jared Cole at the end of the day,
138.
ending an unbeaten run to that point. from the 21-year-old.
64 left. 90. Jared, you record 68.
Great dart. Double four.
66.
Well, he can't find that, or double
Gary
two, and now
record
Stone
48.
has a big chance to open up a two-leg lead. Tops is his choice.
Game shot on the
and
second leg.
tops
Gary
is what
Stone.
he gets, and he's well on top in this match now. Gary Stone soaring away from Jared Cole in the first match of the morning.
It's Gary to throw first. Game on. $97.
It's back-to-back 14 dart legs for Stone. The man from Bells Hill in Lanarkshire.
96. $134. 96. $140.
And he's looking to post a similar leg here, maybe an even better one.
129. Gary Rickwood, 130. $94.
Well, great darts. It's two 14 darters. Now he's on a 13. Hasn't missed one at double. His average is 110 in this match.
60. Gary Rickwood, 36.
A sublime display from the Scotsman, who certainly had his porridge oats this morning.
27.
But he's made a mess of that. And now
Gary
Cole will
Rickwood,
get the chance
120.
to get a break back. Needs that treble. Can't find it.
100. Gary Rickwood, 9.
Unintended, but it's double three. Well, those darts looked scared of it, didn't they? They feared
Rickwood, 20.
the double three. And now Jared Cole, from nowhere,
on the third
is
leg.
back in the
Jared
match.
Cole.
It was a potential 13 dart leg that for Gary Stone when he left double 18 after 12.
It's
but
Jared
Cole
to throw first.
has won it in 16 against the throw after those 5 missed darts at double.
135.
I have to say, when Gary Stone went for the treble 18, I was a little surprised, to be honest,
100.
to leave the double thereof, because he's such a double tops merchant and hit it twice already in this match. Thought he might have gone for the
96.
bullseye in that setup shot. Maybe he will next time, given the opportunity from 90 with one dart remaining.
96.
Cole's back in it. A fine day
60.
for him yesterday. 4 straight wins before that defeat to this man at the end of the day's play.
134.
And we once again will be with you live here on Sporty Stuff TV until the 15 matches have been played around 2 p.m.
135. $93. Jared Jericho, 75.
Big exchange here.
$35.
Well, let's
Gary
see what
requires
Gary is
78.
made of. He's made of
On the
stone.
full flag. Gary
A
Stone.
78 checkout from the Super Scot. And again, it's that double top, which he's hit with all 3 attempts. And he may look back at that decision to leave double 18 a couple of legs ago. But it may not matter anyway, because Stone has a firm grip on this game.
100. 99.
Quick reminder of the next couple of fixtures to come here. Martin Adams, the other man, on 8 points at the end of yesterday's play, along with these
60.
two. He takes on Robert Rickwood, one of the trio, on just 2 points. And the other two go head-to-head in Game 3. Steve Brown and Andy Jenkins. Everybody playing each other once today, as they did yesterday. Whoever threw first in those fixtures will throw second in the reverse fixture today.
180.
And Gary Stone really turning it on now. His average is back up in 3 figures.
Gary, 161. 137.
His highest ever live league average, Gary Stone, 100.5.
96. Gary required 24.
His highest average in any match, 101.61. Well, he's going to dip below.
Game shot and the
dip
match.
Below that
Gary
ton mark
Stone.
after missing a couple of darts there at double 12, but it is still a stellar performance from Stone. 98.64 the average in the end, a 4-1 win. Did some real damage on double top, hitting it 3 times in as many attempts. Struggled in other sections of the board, but still got a convincing 4-1 win to move clear at the top of the table with 5 wins from 6. And it's back-to-back wins over Jared Cole, who before running into Stone was unbeaten in Group A here at the Live League. Well, coming next, Martin Adams looking to join Stone on 10 points. He takes on Robert Rickwood. Stay tuned. Welcome back. A strong start for Stone, defeating Jared Cole in the opener. Now Martin Adams looking to see if he can join him at the top of the table. And there he is, the wily old Wolfie, taking on Robert Rickwood, the man actually at the bottom of the table. Same points as Andy Jenkins and Steve Brown. Same leg difference and legs won as Steve Brown, but a slightly lower average separating him and Bomber at the bottom. As for Wolfie, well, it was a fine day yesterday for the three-time world champion. 66 years of age, still going strong, winning 4 of his matches, only losing to Jared Cole yesterday. As for the Burnley thrower, The Rock.
Okay, first leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Robert Rickwood.
Game on.
He only tasted victory in his match against Andy Jenkins when The Rock beat Rocky.
100.
And The Rock will take on Stone in his second game today. But before that, Rocky will return Andy Jenkins to face Steve Brown. But right now, Rickwood is looking to bring a bit of an upset against Martin Adams, to whom he lost 4-2 in his final match of Tuesday's tungsten tossing action.
135.
Won a challenge tour back in 2017.
100. $180.
Number 7 in this group for Martin Adams puts him in a strong position in this opening leg.
122. Martin, you require 86.
54 for 32. Well, now treble 20 for double 4. Okay, he stayed there.
Game
and he's gone for the double 7 and got
Martin
the double
Adams.
7. Had absolutely no reason to stay on that segment. But he made it work. And Martin Adams, with an unorthodox moment
to throw
there,
first. Game on.
takes the first leg. And I say unorthodox because Robert Rickwood wasn't on a finish.
60.
But it is a nice dozen dart leg for Martin Adams against Rickwood, whose recent challenge tour form hasn't really been much to shout about. Did have one run to the quarterfinals back in January when he lost to Danny Lorby Jr.
45.
But prelim round defeats, first round defeats and second round defeats at best have been the order of the day since then for Rickwood.
42.
Keeping his head down,
26.
bothering himself with what Martin Adams is doing. Can only concentrate on getting his own game right.
60. 29. 100. 100.
He's very much the aggressor in leg 2, Robert Rickwood.
41. 85.
Well, the first leg was over in 12 darts, but neither of them down to a finish after 15 in this leg.
45.
And not a very good finish left by Rickwood after 18, and Adams, being the chaser for most of the leg, might be about to get his nose in front.
60.
Could only manage to leave a finish in a similar range, but arguably an easier one, which requires two trebles of the same kind.
137. Martin,
A finish that he will now have to take out if he is to break here and now. No, sir.
40. Robert, you require 16. Game shot on the second
Well,
leg.
it almost took twice as long as the opening leg, but it is a hold of throw for Robert Rickwood in 22 darts. He will have to sharpen up if he's going to get anything out of this game, but he does level
Martin
at 1-1.
to throw first. Game on.
The plus point for the pair. Both hit the double attempts at the first go.
$45. 81. 100. 60. 100. 82. 140.
Well, Adams was only beaten
140
by Jared Cole in his very first match yesterday, since embarked on a 4-game winning run as Wolfie. Have to try and find a way past that into the red bit.
100. Robert, you require 138.
Another. Would have left double 12, but instead Adams will take aim.
Correct.
At double 8.
78. Martin, you require 16.
To wrestle back the lead in this tie.
Game's on the
and
third
he does
leg.
that.
Martin Adams.
Martin Adams back in front, two of the senior statesmen here at the Live League, and it is being played at a more pedestrian pace
first. Game on.
in comparison to that match we saw between Stone and Cole.
100.
Martin Adams, the chief plodder at the moment, and he's plodded his way to a 2-1 lead, and he's halfway to making it a victory, which would be his 5th on the spin.
80.
Following this will be Steve Brown against Andy Jenkins in a basement battle. Two players looking for their second victories of this group. That's what Robert Rickwood's doing here. Rickwood then will return to take on Gary Stone before Cole meets Jenkins and Adams faces Brown.
41.
As always, top spot earns the right to play at finals night and have Thursday and Friday off, coming back on
42.
Saturday fresh, rested and ready for a tilt at the title, or at least one of those top 3 spots that gets them through to Champions Week. Second and third move into Group B, and we'll play the evening sessions live here on Sporty Stuff TV tomorrow and Friday.
123.
And the bottom 3 will be back at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow to contest Group C.
55.
Along with Johnny Haynes, Matthew Edgar and Steve Haggerty. Dan Reed, Graham Usher and Justin Smith, the players that will be in action
100.
in Group B.
$53. Martin, you require 157. $60. Robert, you require 130.
Little fish for Robert Rickwood. Fails to earn himself a dart at the bullseye. And this
94.
could be the chance for
Martin, you
Martin
require
Adams
97.
to all but put the game beyond his opponent here. 57 the target. Found. And now tops. A roll of the eyes
Inch
from
on the
Rickwood. He
fourth
knew
leg.
what was coming.
Martin
Adams with a clinical kill, and his finishing has been flawless in this match so far. He adds a 97 to the 86, and he hasn't missed a dart at double
It's
yet.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Ominous for Robert Rickwood, and Martin Adams is about to add to his points tally and put himself level on points with Gary Stone at the top of the table.
60. $81. $95. $33. $100.
Not managing to offer much towards the back end of this match. Robert Rickwood and Adams allowed to stroll away into the distance.
81. $125. $46. Martin, you require 121.
He's going for the treble 17. Is he going for the bullseye? Why not? Well, he did go for it, and it ends up being the first dart at double that he's missed in the match. Didn't have to go for it, but didn't have to go for the 86 in the first leg, and he hit that.
135. Martin, you require 25.
Double 8 then to complete the job. It was a 4-1 win for Gary
Shot on the
Stone
match.
in his
Martin
opener.
Adams.
And Martin Adams joins him on 10 points at the top of the table by recording the same result. A win by 3 legs over Robert Rickwood, who stays stranded at the bottom with just 1 win. Hi there, welcome back to the Online Darts Live League on Sporty Stuff TV, where we are about to get Game 3 of 15 going. And it's a meeting at the bottom of the table between this man, Andy Jenkins, and Steve Bomber Brown, the Bristolian, 41 years of age, and a participant in many a televised tournament. Up against the former World Championship semi-finalist, no less, in Hampshire's Andy Jenkins. Rocky on the hockey, and looking
Feels like it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
for his second win in the group, as is Steve Brown. Jenkins getting
140.
the better of Brown with the 4-2 win yesterday. Brown's only victory came against Robert
100.
Rickwood, who has just lost his first match of the day and stays on 2 points at the foot of the table.
85.
In the grand scheme of things, it's all about trying to qualify for Champions Week. And the winner of this group will be straight through to finals night and have a
100.
great chance of doing that. But still opportunities for the remaining players in Groups B and C to come on Thursday and Friday. Already through to Champions Week. Robert Owen, Gavin Carlin, Robert
41.
Thornton, Conan Whitehead, Josh Payne and David Pallett.
$140.
Jenkins manages to leave himself on a finish after 9 darts.
45.
That's the golden
And he
standard,
required
really,
161.
where every top darts player wants to be.
105.
And it's a very comfortable finish after a dozen. Against a throw, this is a very strong start from Andy Jenkins.
140. And he required 56. $16.
But he hasn't been able to make it
Steve, you
count. 2
require
darts
50.
missed to break the throw there, and Steve Brown will get 2 now to hold it. Double top the target. Same one missed by his opponent.
30.
Both players just caught
And
a
he
little
required
cold at
40.
the start of the morning, as Jenkins thawed out.
He was on the
Yes,
first leg.
yes, he has.
Andy Jenkins.
So 2 darts missed from Steve Brown to hold. Jenkins, his third attempt at double, breaks the throw and takes control of the tie early
Second
on.
leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
But after 4 straight defeats, a couple of successive wins would be
77.
very welcome for the Cosham Chucker.
$81.
Both of them against the same player.
77. $140. $45. $135.
The maximum would have been very timely. That 135 is okay. Certainly more than okay now with Jenkins not leaving a finish
43. Stevie require 145.
after a lackluster lob.
Yep. 85.
Brown threatening to break back here. Andy Jenkins threatening to break down.
41. Stevie requires 60.
All the time in the world. And that's a decent guide.
Game on the second leg.
And Brown
Steve
does break
Brown.
back. Andy Jenkins has good work in leg 1, undone in leg 2, and it's level.
Delegate Steve to throw first.
Will be the rock against stone next when Robert Rickwood takes on Gary Stone. Then Jenkins returns to meet Jared Cole before Brown faces Martin Adams. Stone and Adams on 10 points at the top of the table.
97.
Important race for first place. Jared Cole just behind them on 8. This pair on 2. And Robert Rickwood also on 2 with a worse leg difference after that 4-1 defeat.
96.
At the hands of Robert Rickwood.
$50.
Well, it was such a strong start for Andy Jenkins. Such a strong start.
46.
His performance level has dropped off a cliff. He's making life very, very hard for himself, and Steve Brown is
41.
a very, very grateful beneficiary. All he has to do is avoid getting dragged down, it seems now.
83. $96. Stevie Rock 136. $96. $140. Stevie Rock 140.
Well, a decent visit, the first one in a while. Will it count for outs?
No score.
It might, because those are a long way off
And he
from
requires
Steve
77.
Brown. Way too high. And Jenkins gets the dart at the same target.
37.
Was much closer,
Stevie Rock 140.
but not close enough. Still too high. Edging nearer. Still an adjustment to be made here by Steve
20.
Brown, and it's overdone.
And he requires
He's
40.
overcooked it, and Andy Jenkins, who's gone missing for the last couple of legs, may yet win one of them. And he has.
On the third leg. Andy
It's
Jenkins.
a third straight breaker throw in this match. This time Brown dishing out the gifts, and Jenkins accepting, and he leads 2-1.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
What a bizarre bout so far, this one. 3 breaks.
140.
14 missed doubles, 9 of them by Brown. 6 of them in that leg.
100.
All of those at double top, which he's usually so adept at.
45. $60. 60. 81. 60. 95. 55.
Well, neither player can be feeling comfortable, and they're showing that really, aren't they? Expressively on the faces. But someone's got to win the match.
65.
Someone will win the match.
141.
And it might be the little moments that matter the most.
105.
Plodding down to
Steve, you
finishers.
require 100.
But it's who can take them quickest. And now Brown has a chance to break. Well, he went tops, but it was a half-hearted attempt, really, at the
41.
first. of the
And he
two
required
required doubles, a
36.
target he'd missed 6 times on the spin.
Aim shot on the 4 flat.
And Andy Jenkins, if he is getting a part of his game right, it is his doubling. It's not brilliant, but it's 3 out of 8, and it's taken him to a 3-1 lead.
Steve to throw first. Game on. $96. $40. $40. $100.
Still both players averaging in the 70s in this match. And you get the feeling that if one of them can just lift their level
58.
from the ABBA range to the AC/DC range, then it would be enough to be singing the sweet
100.
song of success at the end of it.
$100. $121.
Is this the move that Brown needed to make?
129, and he required 140.
Is this the move Jenkins makes to win the match? Just clipped off the flight, diverted the
100.
dart from the treble.
Stevie
He does leave
requires
tops.
78.
Steve Brown has had a horror show on that target in this match, and it will be that target again. He's missed it with his last 6 darts.
58.
His last 7 if you include a
And he
double-double
required
attempt,
40.
and now his last 8. And Andy Jenkins is looking at double 10 to complete
Game
what
shot
is
on the
a
match.
third 4-1
Andy
win
Jenkins.
of the day. 4-1 for Stone over Cole, 4-1 for Adams over Rickwood, and 4-1 for Andy Jenkins over Steve Brown. It was a bit of a battle, a real scrap that match, but Rocky won the scrap, and he manages to pick up his second win of the group, and it's back-to-back wins in the group and back-to-back wins against Brown. It's looking up for Andy Jenkins, but things are looking down for Brown. We will be back in a couple of minutes' time with Robert Rickwood looking to join Jenkins on 4 points against Gary Stone looking to move clear at the top of the table. Stay with us. Welcome back. So far today we've witnessed 3 4-1 thumpings, but they've been 3 very different 4-1 wins. Well, in Game 4, it is The Rock against Stone, as Robert Rickwood takes on Gary Stone. A Challenge Tour event winner back in 2017, the man from Burnley who hit the bullseye in age, against the man who hit double top on his last birthday, Stoney. We've just seen Rocky win.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
Stoney making it 6 out of 7 in Group A to move clear at the top of the table once again. Or will The Rock
60
manage to right the wrongs of his first match when he lost 4-1 to Martin Adams, who's tied at the top of the table with Gary Stone, after Stone
100
got the better of Cole. Too much going on here, isn't there? Cole, Rock, Stone, Rocky, Stoney. It's all
95.
It's all very hard for me to work with.
96.
This Game 4 of 15 that will bring you live today
45.
on Sporty Stuff TV between now and 2 p.m. Following it will be Jared Cole against Andy Jenkins before
83.
Martin Adams returns to face Steve Brown.
$64.
Gary Stone really is rolling today.
140.
The best performer in the first set of matches, and he's made a strong start here.
100. Gary Rickwood 82.
Well, there is the 2. So tops. He loves this target, and that's
Aim
why.
from the first
Wonderful stuff
Gary Stone.
from Gary Stone, righting the wrong of the first start, which only found the 2 segment, but then he landed 2 in tops to complete the combo and take the lead.
Gary to throw first. Game on.
A breaker throw as well in 15 darts there from the showboating Stone.
140. 100. 100. 60. 60. 60.
Did beat Robert Rickwood when the pair met yesterday.
57.
Gary Stone won that match 4-1. Every match so far today has been 4-1. His only defeat of the day came at the hands of Martin Adams when he was beaten 4-2.
100. Gary Rickwood 144.
2 visits for this. May only need 1.
Oh,
it's fantastic.
The second leg.
Absolutely
Gary
sublime
Stone.
from Stone, who follows that terrific tops finish with a brilliant 144.
Then it gets Robert to throw first. Game on.
And he really is the Rolling Stone right now. Railroading Robert Rickwood.
97.
There's just not been left with a chance so far in this match. The champion checking out
57.
of the tartan tungsten tosser has left Rickwood without even having a dart at double in the first couple of legs.
43. 100. 100. $81. $140.
A slump of the shoulders and a shake of the
42.
head from Robert Rickwood, who's on the wrong end so far of an exhibition of excellent outshots from his opponent.
140. $100. Gary Rickwood, 64.
And here we go again. And there he
third
goes
leg.
again.
Gary
Well,
Stone.
it just keeps getting better and better and better from this Scottish stone.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. $60.
3 out of 3 on the doubles. 82, 144 and 64. And when you consider that the 82 was a tops finish, you might say that he's actually 4 out of 3.
100.
That's why the high average is threatening to eclipse his best at the Live League.
91.
Just a shade over 100. The best we've ever seen from Gary Stone. In the 75 matches he's played before this one.
60.
100.5. Well, if he carries on finishing like he has, he could well eclipse that.
99. $121. $100.
Well, he couldn't, could he? 151 when he comes back to seal an incredible display
60.
of finishing.
151.
Treble 20. Treble 17. Double top.
Game shot on the match.
Sensational
Gary
from
Stone.
Stone. Flawless finishing from the flying Scotsman that is Gary Stone. He completes the last leg with a 151 checkout, superseding the 144 he produced earlier on. There was also an 82 tops checkout in there as well, and a 64. He has taken Robert Rickwood to finishing school, and in doing so has recorded his highest ever average, 101.9. Take a bow, Gary Stone. That was special. That was absolutely superb. You will not see a more excellent exhibition of outshots today. Gary Stone, 4 from 4, 5 from 4 if you include the double-double. So good. We hope for more of that when we return. Hi there, welcome back. Thanks for staying with us after a bit of a break. That's because the games have been so one-sided so far. Will that change in this meeting between Andy Jenkins and Jared Cole? The 21-year-old from Hatfield, king of the castle. Will he be king of Group A? Well, he's lost his last two matches, Jared Cole. Andy Jenkins has won his last two, but they are fighting at opposite ends of the
First
table.
It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Both those defeats for Cole coming against Gary Stone, who's pulled clear at the top on 12 points. Now
57.
2 ahead of second place Martin Adams and 4 ahead of Cole, who's now in third place, having won his first 4 matches yesterday.
66.
Andy Jenkins sits in fourth after back-to-back wins against Steve Brown, one at the end of yesterday and one at the start of today. 3-4-1s. Stone over Cole, Adams over Rickwood and Jenkins over Brown. Then a 4-0 for Gary Stone when he produced that fabulous finishing display, taking out 64-82.
140. 140.
144 and 151, and we've had plenty of people get in touch on social media at Darts Live League and to me directly at Chris Murphy 180 to champion that performance from Stone.
130. Jared Rick 144. 60, and he requires 65.
Double 16 then for Jenkins to take the first leg. Well, it's a bounce out.
Jared, you require 84.
It's either right on the wire or just bouncing off the inside of the post, if you like. Only the ball, though, for Jared Cole.
41, and he requires 32. No score.
But Andy Jenkins can't convert.
Jared requires 43. Game shot on the first leg. Jared Cole.
Jared Cole can, and he takes the opening leg of this one and leads 1-0 against Rocky.
Second leg is Andy to throw first. Game on. $97. 140. 85. 45. 180.
Well, that's better. First of the day for Andy Jenkins, third in this group.
125, and he record 139.
Was beaten convincingly by Jared Cole yesterday, 4-2, Andy Jenkins.
99.
Remember, missed 4 darts to break the Cole throw in the first leg here.
133, and he required 40.
And the doubling is troubling for Rocky,
35.
who is looking shaky at the start.
Courage require 58.
It's now 7 missed across the first 2 legs, both of which he could have won. One of which he may still win.
And he requires 5.
But he's got to clean up 5 in bits.
Game shot on the second leg.
Which he does.
Andy Jenkins.
To square up the match at 1 apiece. Jenkins 1, Jared Cole 1.
Then I guess Jared to throw first. $100. 60. 91. 60. 85. 60. 140. 100. Jared, record 85.
Doesn't have to go 25 ball. It'll be treble 17 this, with Jenkins not on a finish. And then 18
45.
to tee up tops for when he comes back.
140. Jared, you record 40. Game shot on the third leg. Jared Cole.
And he hits the tops when he comes back, and Jared Cole hits the front once again. A 2-1 lead against Andy Jenkins.
Fourth leg is Andy to throw first.
I think if Jenkins loses this match, it's pretty safe to say that it will be
60.
him, Steve Brown and Robert Rickwood back tomorrow morning in Group C, 9:30 AM here on Sporty Stuff TV. But if he wins this match, he's just 2 points behind Jared Cole and could
67.
usurp him into third place by the end of the day. And therefore would be in action in the evening session.
60.
Yes, it is double doses of darts, as always, Thursday and Friday.
85.
10 PM the evening session when Group B gets underway. It'll feature the second and third place from this group.
140.
The winner of the group will be straight through to Saturday's action. And it's Gary Stone who's making a strong case to be the winner right now, though Martin Adams can join him on 12 points if he can beat Steve Brown in the game after this.
41. 83. 81. 100. And he recorded 119.
62 remaining. Double 13.
106.
Cole was nodding. He thought it was going.
81.
Well, the end of the combo
41. And he recorded 13.
meant the same for him, but he's missed the big number there and allowed Andy Jenkins
No
a
score.
second bite. But what on earth is that? Well, he's
Jared,
missed a big
require
number, but it was
40.
dead central. In the 20 segment, almost like he was throwing for a treble 20. That is a very poor dart from Andy Jenkins. And
Game
it's
shot on the
punished
fourth leg. Jared Cole.
by Jared Cole, who pins tops to lead this match 3-1 and is one away from another one-sided victory today.
Fifth leg is Jared to throw first.
3-4-1s and 1-4-0 so far. That is the story of the day here at the
140.
Live League.
One 100. 85. 100. 140. 45. Garage record 136. 100. 71. Garage record 36.
So for another 4-1 win. Colo was beaten 4-1 himself earlier today. Has won
Game
by
shot
that
and the
margin
match.
against
Jared
Andy
Cole.
Jenkins. It is another thumping here on Wednesday at the Live League. 4-4-1 results now, and a 4-0 in there as well. It really is the day of dominant defeats, and Jared Cole earns victory here over Andy Jenkins, who missed some crucial darts at key times early in the match and never really recovered. Jared Cole picking up 2 points to move to 10, just 2 off the pace at the top of the table. Gary Stone on 12, Martin Adams looking to join him on 12 when he takes on Steve Brown, and that match is coming up when we return. Welcome back to Wednesday's action at the Online Darts Live League, brought to you by Sporty Stuff TV. I'm Chris Murphy talking you through it, and so far it has been dominant displays throughout. Will we get another here? Martin Adams beat Robert Rickwood 4-1 in his opener, while Steve Brown went down by the same scoreline to Andy Jenkins in his first match. Have also been wins of 4-1 for Gary Stone and Jared Cole. Stone beating Cole by that margin, and Cole just seeing off Jenkins by 3 legs.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game
the
on.
other result even better for the table-topping Stone, who won 4-0 against Robert Rickwood with one of the best displays of finishing you are ever likely to see anywhere, any place.
135.
Any time.
$140.
Adams, despite not hitting the electric heights that we've seen from Stone, could go level at the top of the table with him.
100.
With victory here and take his 10-point haul to a tally of 12. And he did beat Steve Brown when the pair locked horns yesterday.
85.
4-2 success the way of Wolfie. That would be a close match by today's standards.
$121. $38. Martin, you've got 145.
To paraphrase a famous saying, it's been all 4-1 and 1-4-0. Doesn't quite work, does it?
91.
That didn't quite work for Martin Adams, but he has left a 2-darter, a simple one.
100. Martin, you've got 54.
And now he wants tops.
Game
He
shot on the
takes out
first leg.
tops.
Martin Adams.
Martin is on the march at the start of this match. He leads Steve Brown by a leg to 0.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
A 14-darter from Adams to take that leg.
21.
It's a 107.36 average, a 14-darter. And it just shows in these short format games how fluid averages can be, because a 15-darter is 100.2. A 7-point difference with one dart.
60.
But Adams' finishing has been fine today. 4 out of 5 in the first match. The only double he actually missed was the bullseye, so he's now 5 from 5 on the outer ring, and that's after yesterday missing 21 darts at double in his first match and a further 8 in his second.
135.
Some days they don't go in, some days they do. And despite them not going in much yesterday, Martin Adams still managed to win 4 matches. So now they are going in.
100.
It's ominous for the rest of the field.
$170. Martin, you require 161.
Good work from Steve Brown there. Well, many a player would go for the bullseye here, not Martin Adams.
100.
He will persevere all day long on that treble 20. Still on this for Steve Brown. That's a happy miss. That's an unhappy miss. He needed the 57 for a dart at the ball.
61.
And Martin Adams will go for treble 15. And now he'll go for double 8, and it's the first miss on the outer ring all day for Martin Adams, but it's not followed by the second, which means he breaks the throw and leads this match by 2 legs to 0.
Then it gets Martin to throw first. Game on.
29 darts taken to win the first couple of legs. That amounts to an average of 103.66. Steve Brown hasn't even been allowed a dart at double so far in the match.
$83.
And there you see that difference between them. On that metric, after a couple of legs, it will change quickly, of course.
60.
The best performance that we've seen all day came from Gary Stone, the first ton-topping average that we've seen in this group, and a personal best
140.
for the Scotsman, when he averaged 101.9 in a 4-0 thrashing of Robert Rickwood. 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Finishing 64, 82, 144 and 151. Absolutely flawless finishing
100.
from the Supreme Scotsman. But Wolfie ain't been too shabby in that department today.
100.
Currently 6 out of 8 for the day, and one of those was at the bullseye. And none of them have cost him a leg.
$60. $58.
Well, that just puts Adams back in the picture here. Now he really should go for the bull.
60. Stevie Rickwood 120.
25 would have left to finish there. It is one of the problems in the Martin
60.
Adams game. I don't think he's going to change his approach now, but he would have been on at least 167 here, if not 145. And you cannot hit what you don't leave.
41. Stevie Rickwood 60.
So a glorious opportunity for Brown to break back. Be grateful of the open bed here.
50.
But going inside, it just
Martin
makes it a little bit messy.
31.
60, 39, 32. The route for Adams. Not going to happen.
$45. Stevie Rickwood 10.
An off leg for Martin Adams.
Ames on the third leg.
And Steve Brown takes advantage and cuts the gap to one leg in this match. A break back by Brown, who trails 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. $83. $58. $43. $140.
Unfortunate not to fill that up, Martin Adams. The last dart clattered off the two that were already in there, didn't it?
$99.
And again, this is a shot where most players would start downstairs. But Martin Adams may hit a 140 and not leave a finish.
$140.
Well, a good lesson for people watching here. Need to use the dartboard, manage the numbers. A 133 would have left to finish. That's 2 treble 19s and a single. As would a 139, a single 19 and 2 treble 20s. So starting at the 19s on 303 is a more sensible shot.
162.
Is brilliant
Martin
by
record,
Brown.
141.
Fantastic switch. Shots like that really are better than 180s, aren't they? 3 trebles where you've got to go elsewhere. Adams threatening the 141, finding the first required
109.
target, but not the second, though he does
32.
tidy up with the third to leave the same double that Brown is now throwing at. And now it's double 8. And all 3 darts are missed by Bomber, who bombed his opportunity
32.
and allows Adams back in for D16.
No score.
Close but not located.
Steve, you require 8. No score.
Well, that's a real opportunity once again.
Martin, you
Fluffed
require 32.
by Steve Brown. Martin Adams now will surely make the most of it.
Game shot on the
this time he
fourth
does
leg.
find the target.
Martin Adams.
And he finds himself 3-1 up. Martin Adams breaking straight back and will now throw for a second 4-1
Fifth leg,
win
it's
of the
Martin
day.
to throw first.
His second 4-1 win of
Game
the
on.
day would be the 5th 4-1 win of the day. What really has been a day of dominance from the winners.
60.
Would also be Steve Brown's second 4-1 defeat, having lost by that margin to Andy Jenkins, but those 6 darts at double after a
58.
sublime setup shot, a 162 to leave double 16, then failing to go out, have really cost Steve Brown here.
$70.
If Adams does manage to hold throw and win 4-1, there might be a short break again between the end of this and the start of the next match,
44.
which is scheduled to get underway at 11:15. Time to boil the kettle and let the bag brew. Just the 1 sugar in mind, please.
100. $60.
A sweet dart for Martin Adams. Delightful darting
180.
from the wily old Wolfie, who looks to be on the brink of joining Gary Stone at the top of the table on 12
45.
points.
Martin, you
What
require
is going to be a
91.
tight race. And his next match is against Gary Stone. That is coming up around 11:30.
Game
Martin
shot
Adams
and the match.
will go into it level
Martin
on
Adams.
points at the top of the table with his closest rival after a 4-1 thumping of Steve Brown. Wonderful by Wolfie. There you see the tail of the match. An 86 average in the end for Adams. He's now managed to win 6 out of 7 matches here in Group A. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. He's been good in that department, but Steve Brown will look back at that second leg where he missed all those darts at double, and it really did cost him, and Martin Adams took full advantage. It will be a 5-minute break now between the end of this and the next match, but don't go anywhere because Andy Jenkins is coming back on against Robert Rickwood. Welcome back. Here we go then with Robert Rickwood against Andy Jenkins in Game 7 of 15 live today on Sporty Stuff TV. And Rickwood is at the bottom of the table on just 2 points with 1 win from 7. Andy Jenkins did get a victory over Steve Brown earlier on, so has put a little bit of distance between himself and the bottom 2. However, it looks like it will be those 3 going into Group C tomorrow. Jared Cole, Martin Adams and Gary Stone fighting out
First,
the
against
top spot.
Andy to throw first. Game on. $140. $140.
When this pair met yesterday, it actually went the way of Robert Rickwood. His only
58.
victory in the group came against Andy Jenkins when the Rock beat Rocky in a last leg decider.
60.
It was one of 2 matches in which Andy Jenkins had led 3-1 and then let that lead disappear.
79. $140. $44. Robbie Rickwood 161.
So 2 visits for Rickwood to draw first blood in this one.
45.
That's not a very good visit, and Andy Jenkins will be annoyed to have seen that dart not punish him.
85. Robbie
Okay,
Rickwood
95, the Dolly Parton shot. If he does come back, which he will because Rickwood has gone wayward.
78. And he required 95.
So can Jenkins work the 95? Interesting decision to go that route.
70. Robbie Rickwood 38.
Got a dart at the bullseye, failed to find it.
Game shot on the first
19
leg.
is found
Rickwood.
by Robert Rickwood, who takes the opening leg of this match and takes it against the throw.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
The big match coming next. Martin Adams against Gary Stone in a top
26.
of the table tungsten tussle. Both players on 12 points with 6 wins from 7. Gary Stone throwing
100.
some sensational stuff today. Martin Adams just keeps winning despite nothing really spectacular from Wolfie. And after that, it will be Steve Brown against Jared Cole, who is
140.
close behind the top 2 as well. That will bring us to
100.
9 games completed today. And 24 in the group. Meaning every player
41.
will have played 8 times and will have 2 more matches left to play before things are all sorted
50.
in Group A for another week at the Live League.
$140. $78. Robbie Rickwood 154.
Well, a similar position to the previous leg, really, with 2 visits to take this out. But I tell you what, he might do it in 1.
Game
He
shot
has
on the
done it in
second
1.
leg. Robert
A
Rickwood.
fabulous finish from Robert Rickwood, 60, 54 and double top to complete the 154 checkout and to lead 2-0.
It's Andy to throw first.
Well, no losing player has got more than 1 leg in the
95.
first 6 matches of the day, so this is looking ominous for Andy if you believe in omens.
140. 180.
That's excellent from Andy. His second 180 of the day, only his fourth across the last 2 days in this group.
95.
Haven't seen a massive amount of 180s. In fact, nobody has hit more than one in a match so far.
140.
Almost perfectly timed, that comment, wasn't it? But Jenkins only following with a 140. This leg is his to lose now.
101. And he require 86. Game's on the third leg.
Superb from Andy Jenkins, who goes out in 11 darts to halve the deficit in this one. He still trails Robert Rickwood 2-1, but that will be a real confidence boost.
Well, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. 100. 85. 140. 100. 125. 60. Remember, you reckon 136. 96.
Good leave, good leg. And Rickwood hoping to leave himself within one leg. Here comes Andy Jenkins, though. And he is the first man
180.
to hit two 180s in a match so far today. The man who hit the least amount yesterday.
On the fourth leg.
But that one hasn't counted for anything because Robert Rickwood has finished off the leg and he leads 3-1 and is therefore one away from his first win of the day.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. 43.
And we are almost getting a mirroring of yesterday's results here because both of Andy Jenkins' wins across the 2 days have come against Steve Brown. It looks like both of Robert Rickwood wins will come against Andy Jenkins. Steve Brown still has to take on Robert Rickwood. Gary Stone has beaten Jared Cole for the second day on the spin. Could just be the complete same set of results.
140.
The margin of victories have been much greater.
100. 100. 99.
Well, you would still, from this position, I was about to say, probably make Robert Rickwood favourite for the leg. I'm going to retract that statement. Rewind.
36. And he requires 160.
No, I'll say it again. Robert Rickwood is favourite for the leg.
70. Robbie require 144.
Certainly now. Definitely now.
120.
And he almost won the leg with a whopper.
90.
He'd already taken out 154 in the match. He couldn't add a 144. Andy Jenkins gets one dart at double five to save the match.
Andy Jenkins.
And for the first time today, the margin of victory will be less than 3 legs because Andy Jenkins gets to 2.
Six leg, it's Robert to throw
first. Keeps himself in this battle with Robert Rickwood. If Jenkins can win the last couple of legs, he can put a clear bit of daylight between
100.
himself, Rickwood and Brown. He'll move on to 6 points and leave them languishing on 2.
60.
But if
119.
Rickwood holds on to win, then he will join Jenkins on 4.
140. 81. 100. 57. 60. Robbie require 144.
Had a poke at this in the previous leg. Won't get a go this time.
78. And he require 141.
But he will come back needing 66 to seal victory. What would be his
45.
first of the day. Second in the group, and he's second
Robbie requires 66.
against Andy Jenkins. Double 8.
50.
Well,
And he
Jenkins took out
recorded
90 to
96.
save the match in leg 5. It'll be double surely now. Went for tops first,
56.
only half-heartedly it seems.
Robbie requires 16.
And double 8 for Robert Rickwood to win. And he gets
Game
it.
shot on the match.
It's
Robert
a
Rickwood.
second win of the week for the Rock against Rocky. He defeats Andy Jenkins by 4 legs to 2. And it is that complete mirroring of the results that we saw yesterday, because Jenkins has been beaten by Robert Rickwood twice now, and that sees Rickwood go level on points with Jenkins. Coming next, it will be the clash at the top of the table. Can't be separated on points. They will be after the next match when Martin Adams meets Gary Stone, and it is coming up after this. Welcome back, and here we go then with the showdown at the summit of Group A as Martin Adams takes on Gary Stone. The pair of them both tied on 12 points at the top of the table. Stone occupying P1 because of a better leg difference, but Adams did beat Stone when they met yesterday, the only defeat that Gary Stone has suffered. Now, so far today, in all 7 matches, we've had the same outcome as we did in the corresponding fixtures yesterday. Victories for Stone against Cole and Rickwood. Victories for Adams against Rickwood and Brown. A victory for Jenkins against
Gary
Brown.
to throw first.
A victory
Game
for
on.
Cole against Jenkins, and a victory for Rickwood also against Jenkins. I think
60.
this could be the match that sees that trend end, because for me, Gary Stone has been the player of the group, and he was absolutely sublime in his last outing. When he beat Robert Rickwood 4-0, averaged 101.9, which, by the way, is a personal best for the Scotsman. He was 4 out of 4 in the doubles, although I've been tongue-in-cheek saying 5 out of 4 because one of those was a double-double finish. And the checkouts that he had in that match were 64, 82, 144, and a match-winning 151. Spellbinding from Stone.
140.
So the winner of this game will make it 7 out of 8 and move 2 ahead of the man they beat in this one, and 4 ahead of Jared Cole, who's in action next against Steve Brown.
100.
As I mentioned, it went the way of Adams yesterday. He won the game 4-2.
132.
A lot of missed doubles in that one. Well, Martin Adams there intentionally leaving the big fish.
Martin, you require 170.
Never had him down as such a showman. You can't follow the unorthodox setup short by taking out the biggest finish of them all.
59.
And he may have just opened the door here for Stone, who hasn't found his range on his own throw until now. He wants to go for the 25. Doesn't want to hit the ball.
145.
Gets it right.
You record 111.
Treble 17 for Martin Adams would leave tops. Can't manage it, so Gary Stone will return for 51. That target.
Gary record 40.
Which he's been so good on today. Goes the wrong way though here.
25.
Well, what is it about playing Martin Adams for Gary
60.
Stone that makes him miss when he hit everything against poor old Robert Rickwood? Can Adams hit? Yes, he can. And it's an immediate breaker throw for Wolfie Martin Adams after Stone fluffed his lines at the end of the leg. Wolfie weighed in with the finish and takes the lead with the break to boot.
Game on.
3 darts missed by Gary Stone to hold, and Adams pinches the leg.
$68.
Lost 6 of his last 7 meetings with Martin Adams as Gary Stone.
140.
All of them here at the Live League, including that defeat yesterday. He'd actually won the first 5 Live League meetings before that disappointing run against the iconic arrow slinger that is Martin Adams.
60. 60. 44. 100.
The standard that he can still produce is special, isn't it, Martin Adams? When you see
100.
what some of the other players coming back at the seniors tour are doing, Adams, at the age of 66, still able to
105.
produce top draw darts. Hit 2 9-darters here at the Live League, for goodness sake. But Gary Stone has been the standard setter in this group this week, and he's looking to level up the match.
49.
Well, Martin quite rightly switching there, but he was wayward with the final dart, meaning that Stone has a couple of visits.
56.
And a break back beckons.
$60. Gary required 40. Game shot on the second
Better,
leg.
straight
Gary
in.
Stone.
An affirmative outshot from Gary Stone, who does break back, and in doing so takes back control of this top of the table clash.
Feel like it's Gary to throw first.
1-1. The winner of this puts himself in pole position to progress without having to throw their arrows on Thursday and Friday here at the Live League. A straight pass through to finals night on Saturday. The reward for topping Group A.
$85. $180.
The drop dart didn't put him off. First 180 of this tie goes away
85.
of the Scot, who is actually averaging around 20 points more than Martin Adams, 2.5 legs in.
140. $140. Gary required 85.
So treble 15. He's looking at treble
45.
10. In the end, he does leave his favourite double. Fell out for a bit in the first leg after being so good on it for the rest of the day. Got reacquainted in the second, but have a bit of a fallout again
Gary Stone.
in the third. Though he finds a friend in double 10 and he finds himself in front in this match. Gary Stone 2, Martin Adams 1.
Look, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Is this going to be the first revenge victory in this group? In 7 matches so far, whoever won yesterday won today.
44.
But Adams got the better of Stone 24 hours ago.
134. $100. $60. $125. 140.
That leaves a finish. Now, Martin Adams, if he doesn't hit a treble here, we may see him not leave a finish. He'll persevere and score 60 and leave 172.
100.
Well, he would have
167.
done that had he not found that treble. Should have been switching, really. Gets away with it on this occasion.
95. Martin, you record 132.
Bullseye for starters. Treble 19, and that's a marker for Martin. That is a marker for Martin.
82.
He hasn't been able to use it. It bounced out of the 25, not the bull.
Gary requires 72.
And Gary Stone can pull clear if he can find double 12. Which he does.
On the full flag. Gary Stone.
Stone storms on. He leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
And he has the darts to gain his revenge on Adams for that solitary defeat in this group inflicted by Wolfie yesterday.
60.
And to put himself clear at the top of the table on 14 points and in pole position to grab that available place at finals night.
60. 100. 100.
Would only be the second defeat for Martin Adams in this group, having only lost his first match yesterday when he was beaten by Jared Cole.
131.
Sorry, second match that was. I do beg your pardon. But it would bring an end to a five-match
100.
winning streak for Wolfie.
$78.
And Stone will have a pop at the 132 when he returns, but he will be going at it to win the match. He'll be under a little bit of pressure.
140. Gary,
Bull
132.
32. That's a marker for him. 57. Can't get a go at the bullseye to win the leg.
60. Martin, you require
So
101.
has to rely on Martin Adams not cleaning up 101 if he is to return for the same checkout he's just executed in the previous leg. Or the reverse 101, the one first, then the 60, then the tops. And Martin Adams is back in the game. He just cannot be shaken off, can he? Gary Stone was shaking his head in the background. He knew what was coming. And after Wolfie's wayward first start, boy, did he put it right. Gary Stone's looking away now. The match was as good as won for Gary Stone. But Stone me,
180.
Martin Adams, all of a sudden has ignited into
100.
spectacular sights. A 101 checkout followed by a 180.
$100. 140. 100. 100. Martin, you record 121.
For parity. Treble 17. Can't be found, but unless Stone completes a sensational
57.
outshot,
Gary require
and Adams will return
161.
for the 64. Unless he completes a sensational outshot, which he won't.
137. Martin requires 64.
So T16 for D8. He
56.
can't sink the stone ship.
Gary require 24.
And Gary may now win the battle. Double 6 to return the result
Game
from
shot and the
yesterday.
match.
And Gary
Gary
Stone
Stone.
succeeds in doing that. And in doing so, puts himself clear at the top of the table with 7 wins from 8 matches. The first against Martin Adams, who beat him yesterday. The solitary defeat for Stone came at the hands of Wolfie. But Adams now falls into second place with Gary Stone in pole position to progress straight to finals night. Adams may yet have something to say about that, as will Jared Cole, who takes on Steve Brown in our next match here at the Online Darts Live League. Welcome back on this Wednesday of action here at the Online Darts Live League. We move into Game 9 now as Steve Brown takes on Jared Cole. And I don't know about hump day, but it's certainly been thump day at the Live League. Massive margins of victory throughout. A couple of 4-2s, mostly 4-1s, and a 4-0. That for Gary Stone, who is top of the table after beating Martin Adams 4-2. To put 2 points between him and Wolfie. A very healthy leg difference as well. Cole can close the gap to 2 points for himself here if he can get the better of the basement boy Brown. Well, for once we can't hear Owen Binks, and for many of us that's a blessing, but I'm sure for you at home you would like to hear what the referee is calling, so I'm sure that the technical team will get that sorted as soon as possible. Get him to shout a little bit louder or change the batteries in his microphone, whatever he needs to do. We missed the 180, didn't we, from Owen Binks? Shall I do it next time? You could see him singing it down the microphone. As it came from Jared Cole, who leaves himself 137 after 9. Steve Brown gets a go at the 129. Right, as soon as you can't hear the ref, I'll do that bit now. So, Jared, you require 85. Game shot. And the first leg, Jared Cole. So Cole wins that leg on throw, and he takes the lead in this match against Steve Brown. Now, I think we are just going to try and sort that problem with the ref, Mike. The first leg going the way of Jared Cole, who is looking to close the gap on Gary Stone at the top of the table. He would move within 2 points of Stone if he were to win this game against Brown, who is languished at the bottom with just one victory so far in Group A. It would see Cole tie on points with Martin Adams after every player had played 8 games overall, and with 2 left to play, including for Jared Cole, a meeting with Martin Adams. So that could be pivotal, but Gary Stone has Andy Jenkins and Steve Brown left to play. It's looking very likely that it will be him that secures that top spot, and I would say on what we've seen so far, deservedly so. Gary Stone soaring away at the top of the table right now, and Jared Cole looking to join Martin Adams just 2 points behind the league leader. Now, if you are wondering why you're just staring into my eyes here, we just got a slight technical problem with the microphone of our referee Owen Binks that has been fixed behind the scenes. That's after Jared Cole has taken the first leg with a brilliant bullseye checkout in this one, finishing 85 against Steve Brown. And it was a win for Jared Cole when the pair met yesterday as well. Do hope you're enjoying the action here at the Live League on Wednesday, where we've seen many one-sided affairs so far. The most popular result, 4-1. We saw a brilliant 4-0 from Gary Stone as well. Do check that out on the highlight reel at the end of the day. He had some spectacular finishes in there. A 1-4-4, a match-winning 1-5-1, a 64 and an 82 with 2 double tops, you might say. 5 out of 4 on the doubles. Spectacular from Scotland Stone. Absolutely superb stuff in that match. Really worth watching back. He posted a personal best average in it as well of 101.9, and he is the pace setter at the top of the Group A table. You are watching the Online Darts Live League live here on Sporty Stuff TV, and we are just trying to resolve a slight technical difficulty with the sound involving the referee's microphone. It might be a case that we just have to tell Owen Binks to shout really loud soon, because we want to get this match back on as soon as possible. Certainly Jared Cole does, after that fantastic 85 finish on the bull to take the first leg. But I'll just quickly run you through the results that we've had so far today. Gary Stone beat Cole 4-1 in the first match of the day. It was then Martin Adams 4, Robert Rickwood 1. Andy Jenkins also with a 4-1 win against Steve Brown before that stunning performance I've just been describing by Stone. He beat Robert Rickwood 4-0. Cole then defeated Andy Jenkins 4-1. Adams got the better of Steve Brown, also 4-1, and the last couple of games have been 4-2. Robert Rickwood beating Andy Jenkins by that margin, and Gary Stone seeing off Martin Adams by the same margin. Here in this one, Jared Cole has taken the opening leg, pinning the bullseye for an 85 finish. And we're just waiting to get the action back underway, and it looks like we are finally ready. Can we hear Owen Binks? Well, no, we can't. But the game continues. The show must go on. Well, all that filling for nothing. I did try, and I'm sure they did as well, but these things happen. As long as the players can hear him, that's the most important thing. Well, again, we denied the opportunity to hear the 180 from the referee there, but he did get one, Jared Cole. And he does pin double top to double his lead in this match. So Jared Cole makes it 2-0. A strong start from him. 13 darter that one. He's playing some really good stuff, albeit having to wait in between the legs. 107 average. Jared Cole, a 13 dart holder throw after that 15 dart break. What would you rather hear, commentator or referee? Take your pick. Oh, referee, okay. 43. $100. $100. $54. $60. $77. $60. Jared, you require 131. 111. Steve, you require 132. See, I'd be no good as a referee. We'll stick to the commentary, shall we? Steve had already thrown 2 darts before I told him what he needed. Don't blame me, Steve. You can't hear me. I'll do it early this time. Game shot. And the third leg. Jared Cole. And it worked out. And Cole does lead 3-0. Well, although the sound may be muted, Cole is making plenty of noise with his performance, and he races into a 3-leg lead. We do apologise for the slight technical issue, meaning you cannot hear our referee Owen Binks. As I say, maybe a blessing to some, but I know some people do enjoy hearing the calls. Certainly adds something to the game, doesn't it? Even in these more serene settings of behind closed doors darts events. Steve Brown hasn't had a dart at the double in this match. He'll be happy enough not to hear the scores being called out if he had the choice. Smart stuff there from Cole, utilising the ring in the middle to leave a finish. Well, I mentioned that it's been thump day here at the Live League, and it looks like we're going to get another whitewash. Having not had any yesterday, this would be the second. And Jared Cole, who beat Steve Brown 4-3 yesterday, beats him 4-0 today. Not a single dart at double thrown by Steve Brown in that match, and Jared Cole closes the gap at the top of the table. A fantastic 4-0 whitewash win for Cole to move himself onto 12 points, 2 off the pace of Gary Stone. But Stone is back in action next against Andy Jenkins. We're going to get the referee's mic sorted out, and we'll be back with you for that match very, very shortly indeed. Stay tuned. Welcome back. I bet you're sick of the sight of me after having to fill for 3 full minutes during that previous match. So let's get the next one straight on, shall we, and get rid of my mug. And look at the league table instead. Gary Stone looking to pull further clear at the top of it and as good as cement his spot at finals night with a victory against Andy
First,
Jenkins.
it's Gary to throw
who
first.
knows
Game on.
that he will be playing in Group C tomorrow, along with Steve Brown and Robert Rickwood. It's a 3-horse race at the top. This man, Gary Stone, Jared Cole,
100.
and Martin Adams. And yes, we can hear Owen Binks again. Never mind.
99.
Wondering who that is. That's the man with the mic, the referee there.
180.
It didn't take long for him to
80.
call his first 180.
100. 55. Gary record 121. 81. 76. Gary record 40.
Double top.
Game shot on the first
Well, a
leg.
really strong
Gary
start from Stone, who has been the star of the show today. No doubt about that. He beds tops for a 13 darter and leads 1-0 against Andy
So
Jenkins.
it's Andy to throw first. $60. 55. 180. 78. 115. 140, and he record 146.
Jenkins' turn to firing a maximum. He's had as many as anybody today.
15.
But then somehow only manages to score 15 in the next visit. Or the visit after the next visit.
38. And he record 131.
Shouldn't be a problem though. Still 6 starts to go out from here. May only need 3, mind. That's not in, so 18
91.
to leave tops.
$165, and he required 40.
Was intending to find the treble 10 there rather than the treble 15.
Game shot on the
But the
second.
double 10 is found by
Andy
Jenkins to level up the match after the first couple of legs. Can Andy Jenkins spoil the party here for Gary Stone? 1-1.
But look, it's Gary to throw first. $140. 98. 140. 60.
A brace of ton 40s from Gary Stone.
91.
Followed by a nice setup shot there to leave the little fish. He's had some
140. Gary
finishes
record
today.
130.
No need to go for the bull should he get the treble.
94.
Well, he's been great on tops now. We saw him do this in a match earlier on. Hit the 54 to leave 36, and it all unravelled and went wrong from there. I think
43.
for him, in that
records
position, the
36.
bullseye is the right shot. I still think that. And I still think that.
Game shot on the
And
third.
I still
leg.
think it, despite
Gary
the fact that
Stone.
he did get the double 9 in the end. But Gary Stone does get there in the end. And he regains the lead in this match. 2-1.
Fourth leg is Andy to throw first. $60. 42. $24. $180. 60. $99. $100. $100. $100.
Well, for 3-1.
80.
A breaker throw. Double 10. He's really been at it today, hasn't he, Gary Stone? And he's at it again. He's on it in this one. He's looking to do even better than that personal best average he posted in his previous match. That was 101.9, and at 3-1 up here, he's averaging 102.36.
96.
$22 points more than Andy Jenkins going into this leg. And that is a perfect dart. Carry on, Gary.
140.
Up goes the average, looking to follow his personal best. 2 games ago it was, I beg your pardon, when he beat Robert Rickwood 4-0. Has since beaten Martin Adams. Looking to beat it just an hour and a half later.
95. $140.
How about
170?
The big fish to seal it in style? Not to be.
134.
Leaves that double 18 again.
$46. Gary requires 36.
An hour and a half ago, Gary Stone produced the best average he's ever produced.
Game shot on the match. Gary Stone.
And I think he's just crept over it. It was 101 point, was it 101.9 exactly earlier on? Now it's 101.92. And Gary Stone again at that level in beating Andy Jenkins 4-1. And that sees him move 4 points clear from Martin Adams and Jared Cole, who both have just 2 games left to play and as good as cements his spot at finals night. Gary Stone looks like he'll be there. Robert Rickwood and Steve Brown are battling out at the bottom of the table. That match is coming up. It's due to get underway at 12:25. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. On we go then with a basement battle between Steve Brown and Robert Rickwood. This is the Online Darts Live League, live on Sporty Stuff TV. There you see the bottom two about to do battle. The bomber looking to lift himself off the foot of the table, or at least join Andy Jenkins and Robert Rickwood on 4 points. We now know that that trio will be back in action tomorrow. They will compete in Group C. It looks like it will be Adams and Cole in Group B, and Gary Stone sealing that spot at finals night by topping the group. Well, Owen
Okay,
Binks
first leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
looking a little confused there. We did lose his dulcet tones earlier on, but
100.
we've found them again. But there is still a possibility that Adams or
45.
Cole could overhaul Gary Stone at the top of the table, but it would involve them winning both of their remaining matches handsomely, and they play each other in one of them. In fact, the very next match, and then Steve Brown would need to batter Gary Stone in the game that follows that. Before, if it's Adams, he would need to then handsomely beat Andy Jenkins, or if it's Cole, he would need to produce a dominant display against
25.
Robert Rickwood.
140.
But Brown, Rickwood and Jenkins know they'll be in Group C, so we'll just fill you in on what's happening there. 9:30 a.m. back here on Sporty Stuff TV tomorrow. And they'll be joined by Johnny Haynes, the Punk, Matthew Edgar, Prime Time, and Steve Haggerty.
140.
Joining the action here at the Live League tomorrow.
$41. Stevie Rickwood 110.
Haggerty.
27.
Nicknamed the Haggis, a winner on the Challenge Tour this year. And a man who will be making his Live League debut.
$50. Stevie Rickwood 83.
Treble 17 for starters. 16 now for the bull. Bullseye it is.
58.
Wasn't far away, was it? Just south.
Robert Rickwood 167.
Of the ringed wire. Hang on a minute. Does Rickwood get a go at the same target? No, he doesn't.
99. Stevie Rickwood 25. Game shot on the first leg.
Brown.
Steve Brown
Gets the first leg. As he lands double eight to get the better of Robert Rickwood in the opener.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
And the only player that Steve Brown has got the better of
55.
so far. in this group
60.
has been Robert Rickwood when he beat him yesterday. Well, that went down
100.
to a last leg decider. We haven't had a single match in our first 10 of 15 that has gone the distance so far today.
81. 96. 54. 59.
Brown has had a poor day so far. A 4-1 defeat at the hands of Andy Jenkins, a 4-1 defeat at the hands of Martin Adams, and a 4-0 defeat against Jared Cole.
$60.
Robert Rickwood did manage to get a victory in his previous match when he beat Andy Jenkins for the second day on the spin.
140. Stevie, 131. 59. Robbie requires 66.
Treble 10, double 18. Choices now, 16 for tops is what he goes for.
26.
Bent the wire.
Stevie requires 72.
Well, that was a treble 16. And it's only a dart at the bullseye for Brown.
22.
Well, it came out of the green bit, you could clearly see that.
Robert, you require 40.
So much of a muchness, really, leaving a 2-darter of 50 or a 2-darter of 25.
From the second leg.
And it matters
Robert
not anyway,
Rickwood.
because Rickwood has landed the double 10, taken the leg, and levelled up the match with a break back. 1-1.
So look, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $91. 57. 140. 43. 100.
Well, it's Rickwood making the running now. All of a sudden, after a very slow start, the roles have been reversed. Steve Brown struggling
96.
today.
Robert, you require 170.
Has now won just 3 legs in 3 and a bit matches. Another one of those would leave Rickwood on double 18
134.
for a very decent leg of darts.
40. Robert, you require 36.
28 remaining. Still double 14.
8.
Steve Brown so far behind that he wouldn't even be visible in Robert Rickwood's rearview mirror yet.
95.
Maybe
Robert, you require 28.
a vision in the distance now.
No score. Steve, you require
Rickwood has
170.
stalled at the traffic lights. Steve Brown can only creep towards him.
60. Robert, you require 28. Game shot on the third leg.
Still on red.
Robert Rickwood.
And in red and in front, Robert Rickwood leads 2-1 against the struggling Steve Brown. As he looks
Steve to throw first. Game on.
To get his third win of the week.
140. 82. 140. 100. 95. 140. Steve, you're 126. 72.
Well, it's a better leg from Steve Brown. There has been a wayward dart in each of his last 3 visits, but he's got a healthy lead in it.
41. Steve, you require 54.
A double top, we'll see him take it for 2-2.
14. Robbie, you require 138.
Well, we saw Keith Deller at the Live League a couple of weeks ago. Can Rickwood complete the signature shots? He can't. Keith would say he went the wrong way.
53. Steve, you require 40.
Well, that's the way for Steve Brown, and he may use that. Oh, that's a disaster. An absolute disaster, because now he can't go out.
8. Robbie, you require 85.
The bull.
53.
Well, I can't believe he's
Steve,
decided to
require
lay
32.
up there. Robert Rickwood. What a chancer.
No score.
I am only joking, by the way, if anybody took that seriously.
Robbie, you require 32.
Have a word with yourself.
Game
But it
shot on
worked
the
out
fourth
well
leg.
for Robert Rickwood, didn't
Robert
it? Who now
Rickwood.
leads 3-1. Steve Brown bombing opportunities left, right and centre. And Robert Rickwood taking advantage.
Fifth
to
leg,
move
it's
within
Robert
one
to throw first.
of the
Game on.
win.
81. 140. 100. 46. 26. 121.
Well, even when it's going right, it's going wrong for Steve Brown today. But he will get more chances, more opportunities in Group C this week, as will Robert Rickwood.
100. 66. 40. Steve, you require 128. 56 left.
16 will leave tops by my maths.
88. Robert, you require 154.
Robert Rickwood looking for a 154, a finish he's already taken out today. Did that against Andy Jenkins. Can't manage it here.
58.
So Brown can
Steve
get back
Rickwood,
in it.
40. Game shot
Brown
on the
breaks.
fifth leg. Steve Brown.
Steve Brown does keep himself in this contest. He will throw now to force a deciding leg.
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first. 40. $180.
Well, just as Brown was back in it, Rickwood has found a maximum. The first of the match comes in the sixth leg, the leg that he hopes will be the last.
100. $134. $100. $140. Robbie require 121.
So to win, can't happen.
22. Steve, you require 47.
So to survive. And it does happen, and for the first time
Steve
today,
Brown.
we are going to a deciding leg. It has been a real gritty battle between Rocky Rickwood and the Bomber Brown.
Seventh and final leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Robert will have the darts in the decider, but Brown has bounced back from being 3-1 behind. And he defied that maximum from
81.
Rickwood in the previous leg. Big game coming next. Martin Adams and Jared Cole jousting to see which one of them
140.
will still be in contention for top spot at the end of that match. Now, looking at the legs difference, it would still mean Gary Stone getting
59.
heavily beaten by Steve Brown in the one that follows it. And if it's a close run thing between
95.
Adams and Cole, then it might well be all over anyway, because of the swing needed and the superior leg difference
44.
that Gary Stone has got. But that's a big game.
Hey, tier 1. $41. $100. $100. Steve, you require 85.
Double top to win this game.
45.
Over the top, but he will come back, and it's a good bounce back from Bomber Brown, who was 3-1 behind. And instead of being stranded at the bottom of the table,
60.
he's set to join his opponent
So you
and Andy
require
Jenkins
40.
on 4 points in a three-way tie.
Game shot on the match. Steve Brown.
Better to share than to be down there on your own, and Steve Brown enjoyed that one. A big hug for Robert Rickwood after the most close battle of the day, and it was a battle in truth, wasn't it? A real scrap between the pair of them, but it's a scrap that Steve Brown won, and attention now turns to the all-important clash between second and third. Only one of them can still be in contention to topple Gary Stone at the top of the table. Will it be Martin Adams or will it be Jared Cole? We will find out when we return here at the Online Darts Live League. Welcome back for this crunch clash in Group A, which is nearing its conclusion. And let's split and have a look at the players, because I need to count some abacus beads. Right, there you see. Gary Stone on plus 18. Martin Adams on plus 8 leg difference. So a win for Martin Adams. If it was 4-3, we'll put him on plus 9. That would mean that he could not catch Gary Stone. It would need an 8-leg swing. Sorry, it would need a 9-leg swing, and only an 8-leg swing is possible. Any result, any win for Jared Cole would keep him in with an outside opportunity.
Hey, first I get Martin to throw first. Game
So
on.
the only result that could mean the winner of this match could not catch Gary Stone, and therefore he would be crowned the champion of the group at the end of the game, would be a 4-3 win for Martin Adams. Anything else, and there is still a chance, but it's an outside chance, and Stone faces Steve Brown next anyway, knowing that if he wins that match, or maybe even if he just picks up a leg or two, then he will be going straight through to finals night as the group winner.
$40. 100. 45. 45.
Cole got the better of Martin Adams when the pair met yesterday. A thumping 4-1 win for the youngster against a man 45 years his senior.
140. 60. 100. Average record 156.
Saw Cole take out a 156 yesterday. Not going to repeat the trick today. Not in this leg
60.
Anyway.
Martin, you require 76.
Double top for Martin Adams to take the first leg.
Game shot in the first leg. Martin Adams.
And he does exactly that, completing the 76 combination to win the leg in 18 darts. Advantage Adams.
Second leg is Jared to throw
he
first.
bids to be the only one who could possibly catch Gary Stone, as unlikely
59.
as that may be.
$180.
Well, it might get more likely if Adams can return a convincing victory, and that 180 may help him on his way to an early break here.
$41. 100. 60. 134.
Cole making a claim to level up Defining that maximum from Martin with his opening salvo in leg 2.
55. Carriage of 112.
Well, it's a silly dart from Martin Adams. Should have been switching.
40.
They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, well, you can't teach an old wolf new tricks either, it seems. Would have had a chance to finish here.
$60.
Many would have gone for the bullseye 25
Carriage
segment there.
72. Game
Cole
on the
claims
second
up.
leg. Jared Cole.
And Cole levels up. A nice 72 combination in response to the 76 from Adams in leg 1. And it's 1-1.
Feel like it's Martin to throw first. Game on. $100.
Superb
180.
from Jared Cole. Does exactly what Adams did in the previous leg by starting with a maximum.
$85.
3 perfect darts to start the leg.
$84.
He's in a good position to break.
$100. $57.
Not so good now.
$100. $85. Martin, you record 116.
That's tricky. Can he find a way past? You can see how the angle of the dart changed when it brushed against the barrel.
60.
Again, there were other options
95.
with that last dart. Martin Adams stubbornly staying there. Oh, Jared Cole should have been getting a dart at least a bullseye, as blocked as it was.
55. Martin, you require
So after
56.
a 180 to open the leg, Jared Cole may lose the leg. Does lose
on
the
the
leg.
third leg. Martin Adams.
Exactly the same outcome to what happened when Adams opened with a max in the previous one. So it's 2-1 to Martin Adams.
Fourth leg, it's Jared to
Keeps
throw first.
his nose in front.
100. $60. $140. $100. $100. 55. Garage record 161.
A reminder that if
65.
Martin Adams does just serve it out and win this match 4-3, then that means Gary Stone will be crowned the Group A winner before even playing his final match of the day. The leg difference could not be overturned from that result.
100. Garage record 96. Game shown the 4 flag. Jared Cole.
And Jared Cole squares it up at 2-2. 96 out this time on double 9. It is all on throw so far. That's the result that Stone wants, although he'll be backing himself to beat Brown in the next match.
Game on.
It'll then be Andy Jenkins against this man, Martin Adams.
140.
Before Cole returns in his final match of Group A to face Robert
96.
Rickwood. We already know that Rickwood, Brown and Jenkins will be in Group C from tomorrow morning. Same time, same place here on Sporty Stuff TV. Joined by Johnny Haynes,
95.
Matthew Edgar and Steve Haggerty. In
96.
Group B, it's looking still very likely to be this pair, along with Dan Reed, Graham Usher and Justin Smith. Now, the advantage, of course, of being in Group B is that there are 3 places available at finals night from 5 players. In Group C, just the 2 available
121.
from 6.
96. Martin, you record 145. $95. 134. Martin, you require 50.
It'll be 18 for double 16. That was unintended.
14, yeah.
And it leaves him double 7. And that has made it more difficult. But it doesn't matter how hard it is.
Martin Adams.
Wolfie finds a way and he gets to 3 legs. And is 1 away from a win that would keep the Wolf in the hunt. Just.
Seems like it's Jared to throw first.
But you would have to win this leg to stay in the hunt.
83. $180.
And he may well win this leg. Look at how he started it. A second maximum.
58.
In this match for Martin Adams, a man who has produced perfection. Landed 9 darters twice already at the Live League. Over the top with that one, but it's a good guide for a 140 backing up.
140. $140. 60.
Can Cole stay in it? He needs a big, big visit himself here, and he's got to stay there. It's a difficult dart to navigate.
60.
Has managed to leave a finish at least.
121.
Treble 17 for the Bull.
97.
So 160
Jared,
for Jared
require
Cole.
160.
Yes. No. Well, he sees the funny side, a little smirk on his face. He leaves it
140.
handy just in
Martin
case.
required
But Martin
24.
Adams might be about to put him in his place. And
Game
that's ace
shot
from
and the
Adams,
match.
who
Martin
wins
Adams.
4-2 and secures effectively second place in the table. But he might still sneak first if there is a bit of a mathematical miracle. Gary Stone, though, I think he only needs one leg in the next match. We'll get that checked before it comes on. He's taking on Steve Brown next to qualify for finals night. But Martin Adams has given him a good fight, and he's seen off Jared Cole there by 4 legs to 2. So Stone against Brown coming next. Do stay tuned. Welcome back. Just 3 games to go in Group A here on Wednesday at the Live League, and Gary Stone is likely to book his place at finals night in this one. Yep, that man, the Scottish slinger, needs just 1 leg to be assured of that first place finish. A 4-0 defeat would make things a mathematical nightmare
first I
for
get
us,
Steve
but
to throw
potentially interesting
first.
because Adams would then
Game
need
on.
a 4-0 win.
$60.
Even in that scenario, we'd have to go down to the next set of things like legs won and averages. I'll be honest, not enough time in the turnaround to work all that out, but we do know that if Gary Stone wins a single leg, then he will secure top spot and
96.
therefore book his place at finals night. There is a bit of a
100.
practice room banter about the race at the bottom half of the table with Steve Brown, Andy Jenkins and Robert Rickwood all on 4 points, all hoping to win their final match
100.
to soar into 4th place rather than last. Steve Brown with a tougher task based on what we've witnessed so far today, because Stone has been superb. And that leg that he needs might be about to come immediately.
60. Gary Rickwood 87.
Ah, wonderful.
Game
What a
from
leg!
the
And it
first
is the leg that
Gary
sees
Stone.
Stone seal his spot at finals night. Gary Stone is there, and it's an 11 darter that gets the job done.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Well, didn't have to wait long, so we now know that Stone is through to finals night. Martin Adams
100.
and Jared Cole will compete in Group B, live here on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. on Thursday and Friday evenings. And Steve Brown,
96.
along with Andy Jenkins and Robert Rickwood, will be back tomorrow morning at 9:30. Again, brought to you live here on Sporty Stuff
180.
TV in Group C, along with Johnny Haynes, Matthew Edgar and Steve Haggerty. Well, Dan Reid, Graham
95.
Usher and Justin Smith will join Adams and Cole in Group B tomorrow night. Gary Stone has produced some of his best ever stuff today,
140.
and he's threatening to go even better, because this could be a second successive 11 dart leg.
45. Gary Rickwood 81.
Wow.
Games on the second leg.
Wow. 2
Gary
legs
Stone.
completed in 11 darts apiece. And Gary Stone here is running riot and threatening to produce
Steve to throw
something incredible, something rather special. The average there, look at that, 136.64 after taking
60.
just 22 darts to get through 2 legs. The highest average we've ever seen
100.
the Live League at the end of a match is 118.44. That was by Jason Askew back in phase 1 of last year when he beat Aaron Monk.
81.
The highest average
81.
ever recorded in any broadcast match is 123.5.
140.
And that was by Peter Wright.
100.
At a Players' Championship event in 2019. The highest average ever recorded anywhere
100.
127, and that was by Jose de Sousa in a Players' Championship event away from the live stream
50.
last year.
Steve, you require 120.
Gary Stone has dropped to a mere 117.62 here. Useless, isn't he? Terrible.
60.
Put it right, Gary.
Gary require 170.
Take out the 170. Not to be.
96. Stevie requires 60.
Well, double 10 for Steve Brown to get a leg on the board.
Game
And
shot on the third leg. Steve
The
Brown.
avalanche of excellence from Gary Stone at the start of this match, Steve Brown has managed to notch up a leg and halve the deficit in the game.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. 140.
His own personal best, by the way, is that 101.92 that he had a couple of games ago against Andy Jenkins. He's likely to obliterate that if he does go on and win the next couple of legs.
100.
But the problem when you start with 211 darters is that you're only really going to get worse. Keep you in the loop about the statistics, though.
25.
If he does post a high average, he's currently running at what would be the 4th highest average in live league history. But in this short format, it can change so much visit by visit. For example, that visit would have seen him go from 4th to 6th.
45.
Nice of him to do it when there's nothing more to play for as well, because it gives us a bit more to talk about, doesn't it? Only needed the one leg to assure his qualification. He got that with that brilliant 11 dart start. Backed it up with another one. Steve Brown cut the gap.
60.
There was a determination from Stone to stay there. I think that maybe Bullseye was a potential route.
68. Gary require 120.
But nay bother, as the Scots say.
100.
And this Scot has said a lot about the way he can play today. He's been absolutely superb.
42. Gary required 20. Game shot on the 4th.
He leads 3-1 in this
Stone.
one. Brilliant stuff from Gary Stone. The average 109.25 at the moment, looking likely to obliterate his personal best.
Look at Steve
and
to throw
looking likely
first.
to obliterate Steve Brown in their last Group A match. In the absence of a co-commentator, I do all the
100.
punditry myself here at the Live League, and maybe it's time to give myself a pat on the back, because I did predict, rewind the tape, at the start of yesterday, that Gary Stone was the man, the one likely to top this group, and it looks like he's going to do it for the loss of just
83.
one match. That defeat to Martin Adams yesterday.
140.
Since then, he's embarked on a winning run.
96.
6 matches today, which looks set to become 6 matches, including the 4 he's won today, which looks set to become
140.
7 in total, as he looks to bookend the game with 11 dart legs. Imagine winning 4 legs and 3 of them
85.
for 11 darters.
Gary required 81.
It could happen if he can repeat the 81 checkout, which he might on double 12. Well, a dozen will do. It is sublime from Gary Stone, who produces his best ever performance in any darts match. 112 average. That's 11 points higher than anything he's ever produced before. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, 2 11 darters and a 12. And that kind of performance is why he has secured his spot at finals night as the winner of Group A, losing only 1 match in the process. That is an absolutely sensational showing from Stone. Just look at those numbers. 112.2, absolutely brilliant. 80% checkout. Just can't stop reading it. It's superb. And you might be seeing it again. We'll see this match is posted in full on our YouTube channel. But we've got 2 more full matches to bring you on Sporty Stuff TV before the end of the day. The first of them is Andy Jenkins against Martin Adams, and it is coming up in just a few moments' time. Well, all is settled in Group A. Gary Stone winning it, Martin Adams and Jared Cole moving into Group B, and Andy Jenkins, Robert Rickwood and Steve Brown moving into Group C. But there are still 2 games left to play, and as we saw in the previous match, when there's nothing left to play for, that is when we see some of those sensational displays. We saw it from Gary Stone, the group winner who's lost just 1 match. That was against this man, Martin Adams, yesterday. He averaged 112.2. A couple of 11 darters and a 12 dart leg in there for him. Can Martin Adams or Andy Jenkins produce
feels like it's Andy
anything,
to throw first.
anything
Game on.
like that to keep up the tungsten treat at the end of the day?
40. $70. 121. 125. 100. 140. 58.
When the pair met yesterday, it was Adams who ran away the winner. 4-3 success
98.
early in the day. Andy Jenkins was actually 3-1 ahead in that match, but let the lead slip. Adams taking advantage.
40. Martin, you require 68.
Double 4 to take leg 1.
Game shot on the
Double
first
4
leg.
gets the
Martin
leg 1.
Adams.
Martin Adams breaks at the earliest possible opportunity and leads Andy Jenkins by a leg to 0.
Second leg is Martin to throw first. Game on.
The final match will feature Jared Cole against Robert Rickwood, one of those players going into Group B, one going into Group C. Just like this match, a reminder that the next 2 days here.
58. 60.
On Sporty Stuff TV will feature double sessions of darts. We're back at 9:30 AM for the
38.
beginning of Group C tomorrow, and then 10 PM for Group B, featuring Adams, Cole, and the incoming
100.
trio of Dan Reed, Graham Usher, and Justin Smith.
$43. 140.
Jenkins making headway in leg 2 here as he bids to break straight back, but here comes Adams.
95.
And it's gone from here comes to there goes, really, because you wouldn't fancy him to win the leg from this position unless Jenkins makes a real mess himself.
85.
Looked like he might, but put it right.
$180. And
Did I say I wouldn't fancy him to win the leg from that position? I'm going to look a little bit silly, aren't I, in a couple of darts' time?
42.
Out of nowhere, Adams
Martin, you require
hits the
87.
180. And of course he'll take out the 87 just to make me look stupid.
Yep, 9 score. Game shot on the second leg. Martin Adams.
Thanks, Martin. Really appreciate that.
So look, it's Andy to throw first.
Well, there's a lesson. Right off Martin Adams at your peril. Out of nowhere. 180, 87.
140.
Bang, bang, leg one. And Andy Jenkins on course to be defeated. It's been a real group of two halves, hasn't it? Stone, Adams and Cole dominating the other trio
30.
of Jenkins, Brown and Rickwood. Rickwood still with a game to play.
62. $85. $100.
Well, you wouldn't fancy Martin Adams to win the leg from here, would you?
$95.
This time,
$137.
I can safely say that he won't. I feel sure of it. Never been as sure of anything in my life. Andy Jenkins
60.
will
And
not
he
let me
requires
down.
62.
Treble 10. Single 20 or a 12. Chooses a former for double 16.
30.
Adams barely halfway through the 501. But here he comes again. 180 out of nowhere to pile the pressure on Andy Jenkins, who's missing. But he's missing no more, and he does get a leg notched up next to his name. Andy Jenkins defying the maximum from Martin Adams, but now trails just by one single leg, 2-1.
$100. $81. $100. $43. $140.
Well, just a case of fulfilling fixtures now and jostling for position after the qualification for finals night has been set in stone, as Gary Stone took that spot. What about some fireworks from Martin Adams here? Hasn't had his range on that target today.
137.
Can't remember him hitting it once. On the 161 attempts that he's had.
60.
And he missed it for the 87 as well, didn't he, when he hit treble 3. I've seen him hit double 12 a few times, mind. He hit that for the 87 earlier on. And he hits
on
it
the
again
fourth
to
leg.
lead the match
Martin Adams.
by 3 legs to 1. So Martin Adams, well, he's going to finish second in the group table, but maybe in any other week he would have won it. But for the superiority of Stone, Adams is going to finish on 16 points, losing just 2 matches, 2 points behind Gary Stone. If he wins one more leg in this match.
$140. 41. $140. $140.
Well, he might be closing in on that leg straight away. Superb. Ton 40, ton 40, ton 80 for Martin Adams, who's looking to close out his couple of days in Group A in style.
140. Martin, you require 41.
Hasn't posted a 3-figure average during it. But Martin Adams saves the best until last. An 11 dart leg and an average of 102.25 for Wolfie, who finishes second in the Group A table. Any other week he may well have won it, losing just 2 matches, but Gary Stone was only to lose 1. That was against Martin Adams yesterday, but a thumping win for Wolfie to end his campaign, beating Andy Jenkins 4-1 with that ton-topping average and an 80% success rate on the doubles. Great stuff from Adams. We'll see him again on Thursday evening, live here on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. But we've got one more match to come today, and that is Jared Cole, who will be joining him in Group B against a Group C-bound Robert Rickwood, and it is coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. We have one more match for you today, and it is Jared Cole against Robert Rickwood. This is how the table will finish up if Cole goes on to win the match. He will be 2 points behind. Robert Rickwood can actually leapfrog Andy Jenkins, of course, can't he, with a victory? But defeat would see him finish in the 5th spot that he currently occupies. Steve Brown bottom, Jenkins 4th. Cole will be 3rd no matter what. Martin Adams joins him in Group B, and Gary Stone has secured a spot at finals night by winning the group.
Hey, first, it's Jared to throw first. Game on. $57. 43.
This was the match that got it all started yesterday.
140.
Jared Cole winning it in a last leg decider. He came actually from 3-0 behind to win that game. Who would have thought
81.
that the group would have panned out the way it has since then?
$59.
There has been a real gulf in class between
26.
the top 3 and the bottom 3, and it is shown, and at no time has a bottom 3 player beaten a top 3 player, and it turns out that the closest that would have been
95.
was that first match when this pair met yesterday.
$81.
On this occasion, Jared Cole down to a finish with plenty in hand.
56. $140. Jared, you're requiring 94.
Double 16.
62. Robert, you require 130.
Can Rickwood nick the leg? The little fish required. Another in there, or just a single 20? For a dart at that.
105.
Not the bit he needed.
Jared, you require
Just the
32.
wrong side of the ring, and Jared Cole will re-aim at double 16 to claim the leg. He does
on
claim
the first leg. Jared Cole
takes the lead in this final match of the day, final match of Group A, and Jared Cole has been the key protagonist in it.
To throw first. Game on.
Right in the running until the very end. Won his first 4 matches yesterday, but was significantly beaten in the last leg decider by Gary Stone in the last
60.
match of the day. Stone has since gone on to win all 5 of his games today, extending a winning run to 7 games. It started with a 4-1 success over Robert Rickwood after his only defeat in the group at the hands of Martin Adams. Really brilliant stuff from Gary Stone. If you do get a chance, do have a look at that 112 average he produced. Simply sublime.
60.
And Martin Adams just producing his first 3-figure average in his last match of the day. All of the top 3 could sign off in style if Jared Cole can do something similar here.
$100. $100. Right, you require 110.
So 110 for Rickwood. Treble 18 for double thereof.
92.
Nay.
Jared, you require 156. $100.
100. It was almost absolutely
138.
superb from Jared Cole,
Robbie, you require 18.
took out that checkout yesterday. Is that a help or a hindrance? From our angle, it looks blocked. It's surely blocked now, and you can see it is because he's had to step all the way across to the right of the hockey, and he couldn't get it right.
You require 18.
And now Jared Cole can double his lead. He opts to split.
Game shot on the second.
And then he hits
Jared Cole.
And it's Cucumber Cool Cole who doubles his lead in this match. 2-0 to the king of the castle.
So look, it's Jared to throw first. $180.
We had something special from Gary Stone in his last
24.
match. We had something special from Martin Adams in his. How about a 9-darter from Jared Cole to end the day?
140.
Oh, Jared. 5 perfect darts. And then one gets pulled low.
58. $96.
Still a great leg of darts and could be an 11-dart leg. We saw that from Martin Adams to end his match. In fact, I think it was a 12. We saw a 12
96
to end the match.
85.
From Gary Stone, who had 2 11-darters in that one. Won't be seeing
53.
a 4-visit leg won by Cole, but he will be back, knowing that he can probably finish in 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 or 18.
You require 32. Game shot on the third leg.
But why wait?
Jared Cole.
Jared Cole gets it done in 13 and is now 1 leg away from a whitewash win to end the day's action.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And as this might be the last leg, let me remind you one more time that we will be back on air here on Sporty Stuff TV from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. A double dose of darting delights coming your way because we're also on at 10 p.m. in the evening. That applies for Friday as well. And then, again, 10 p.m. on Saturday night. No morning session on Saturdays.
140.
For finals night, which already features the fantastic
57.
Gary Stone, who has been tremendous throughout today and indeed the last couple of days in this group.
131.
Well, it may not be the whitewash win that Cole would have wanted because Rickwood has worked his way down to 130 after 9.
100. Robert, you require 130.
Go for it. He goes for it.
On the fourth
and he gets it.
Robert Rickwood.
A fabulous 130 from Robert Rickwood. A parting shot from him. A brilliant bull from the boy from Burnley.
Fifth leg is Jared to throw first.
To avoid being bageled here at the live league.
134.
Cole may well go on to win the match. But that is a real highlight for Robert Rickwood.
40. $95. $100. $180.
Great setup.
85. Jared, you record 92.
Cole to sign off in style. Double 16.
Game shot on the match. Jared Cole.
11-dart leg for Jared Cole to complete victory. A 4-1 thumping of Robert Rickwood, who produced That brilliant 130 finish himself on the bullseye, but a 180 followed by a 92 finish for an 11 dart leg seals the success for Cole. He averages 97 in the process, and he has finished third in the Group A table. There you see the bottom three all tied on 4 points. Jenkins, Rickwood and Brown. They'll return tomorrow at 9:30 in Group C. Jared Cole and Martin Adams will be in Group B, live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. on Thursday and Friday evening. But it has been an absolutely sensational showing from Gary Stone, the deserved winner of the group, losing just one match. Fantastic displays, including his last, which he produced his best ever performance in, an average of 112, some spellbinding stuff from Stone, and the group belongs to him. We'll see you again tomorrow, but for today, it has been simply stunning from Stone.